Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin our main event, I would like to thank you for joining us in Zoom meeting platform. You can also join us in our YouTube live stream at Unmer channel. Now please allow me to read the Zoom meeting instruction for the conference participants. All of the participants must have their camera on at all times during the conference. Please use the virtual background that will be provided in the chat box. If you have any question, please feel free to interact with the day speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to say welcome to the international conference entitled 7th International Conference of Graduate School on Sustainability, ICGSS, and 3rd International Conference in Social Science, ICANIS. First, we would like to acknowledge the distinguished speakers for our international conference. Professor Dr. Aries Roda Romayosa, Central Philippine University, Mr. Eka Nugraha Putra, SHMH PhD, Indiana University, USA, and University of Merdeka Malang, Professor Davide Matteo Petenella, University of Padua, Italy, Professor Justina Nakonieczna Bartosiewicz, PhD, University of Warsaw, Poland, Mr. Alan Chen, PhD, Guangxi Minsu University, Nanning, Guangxi, China, Madam Saifon Chairung Ruang, PhD, Institute of Science, Innovation and Culture, Raja Mangala University of Technology, Krung Thep, Thailand, Mr. Dennis, PhD, Jindal Global Law School, India, Professor Nicola Del Ferro, University of Padua, Italy. And also, we would like to extend our warmest greeting to the head of our institution, the chairman of the Foundation of Merdeka Malang, the rector and vice rectors of the University of Merdeka Malang, the director of postgraduate program, and the deans, the honorable guests and participants of this conference. Before we begin this conference, I would like to introduce you to the agenda of today's event. First, we will begin the event by listening to our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Second, we will listen to the reporting speech from the conference chairman. Third, welcome greetings from the rector of the University of Merdeka Malang and opening of the conference. Fourth, prayer for opening for the conference. And the last session of speakers' presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our main event, we would like to invite you to listen to Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Next, we would like to invite the conference chairman to deliver his reporting speech. Please welcome Dr. Supriyadi, SHMH.
Honorable Chairman of University of Merdeka Malang Foundation and its staff, Honorable Rector of University of Merdeka Malang, all respected Vice Rectors, Director of Religious School, Deans, and all the structural officers of University of Merdeka Malang, all respected guests and participants of the 2022 International Conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings to all of you. Alhamdulillah, praise to the Almighty God that always gives us all health, strength, and chance so we can join and attend the opening and to this international conference. This year, the main theme of the 2022 International Conference is Sustainable Innovation, Legal Policy, Alternative Technology, and Green Economy. Our consideration is sustainability and environment conservation for the sake of humanity and our next generation. They have been included in the national agenda and even international one. However, they have not been getting serious attention. In accordance with that, the Committee of 20 and 22 International Conference proudly invited the following experts from different countries, namely Aris Rodoromalosa PhD, Central Philippine University, Professor David Matteo Patinilla, and Professor Nicola Dovero, University of Padua, Italy, Professor Justina Napunisa, Pakostivis PhD, University of Warsaw, Poland, Alan Chen PhD, Guangxi Minzu University, China, Saifan Charirungruang PhD, University of Technology Kunsuk, Thailand, Dennis Agnerber AJLP PhD, Jindal Global Law School, India, and Eka Nugraha Putra SHMH PhD, Indiana University, and University of Merdeka Malang, Indonesia. In today's international conference, there are around 300 participants from various scientific backgrounds. To all the invited speakers, we would like to sincerely give our thanks for the valuable contributions. We also would like to say thank you to the Chairman of Foundation and Rector of University of Merdeka Malang, who has given his endless support. The last, our thanks go to all the guests, presenters, and participants of the international conference for the active participation. Finally, we would like to invite the Honorable Rector of University of Merdeka Malang, Professor Dr. Anwar Sanusi, SMSI, to open today's international conference. Thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Supriyadi. Now, we would like to invite the Rector of University of Merdeka Malang to give his opening speech and to open the conference officially.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good greeting for all of us. Allow me to welcome you, all distinguished guests attending to this program, to the structural official at the Merdeka University of Malang, the keynote speakers, invited speakers, and all the participants of the international conference. Let us give thanks to the Almighty God for all of His blessing and grace, so that today we can organize the international conference in a very pleasant atmosphere. Additionally, we thank the welcome speakers who have taken the time to communicate their ideas and truth and the international conference participants who took part in this occasion's success. This international conference is the 7th routine agenda held by Merdeka University of Malang, in addition to other scientific activities initiated by our program of faculties in line with the academic mission. We continue to develop this kind of activities a hallmarks of higher education institution that provide space for scientists, academic researchers, and practitioners to explore ideas and truths that can contribute to the development of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, at this international conference, we raised the term Sustainable Innovation, Legal Policy, Alternative Technology, and Green Economic because it is urgent to emphasize to technology as a means of implementing the development in all aspects of life, especially those oriented towards economic activities must grow, pay attention, and protect the sustainability of the environment for the future of the nation and human life. As a higher education institution, Merdeka University of Malang is also called to contribute ideas and participate in building public awareness to maintain and oversee the consistency of planning and implementation environmentally sound development, especially the use of environmentally friendly technology as an effort to encourage the growth and development of friendly economy. We pay attention to the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it I can say on this occasion. Once again, I thank the invited speaker, international conference participant, the organizing committee, and all parties who contribute the success of this international conference 2022. I hope I can see you again a future academic event. And without further delay, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare that the International Conference 2022 Sustainable Innovation, Legal Policy, Alternative Technology, and Green Economy is officially open. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants of the international conference. Let us take a moment to pray to Allah, the most merciful, so that Allah give His blessings in this conference and might it give us many benefits. We will lead the prayer in Islamic way. We are hoping that the other religion audiences could adjust. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Ya Allah, the most merciful, to you belong all praises in this morning. We are gathered here to do an international conference of graduate school on sustainable innovation, legal policy, alternative technology, and green economy. We pray for you, Ya Allah, for a healthy body and soul, an open mind and heart, to be able to receive a useful knowledge, a blessed wealth, all to serve you in this world. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'a, wa rizqan wasi'a, wa amalan mutaqabbala. Ya Allah, the rule Every single thing on earth is your creation. You are the only ruler, the only protector, the one who has the biggest power and own the universe, the world. We are praying for you. Please bless us with a bright mind, pure heart, a guided path, all to say thank to you. By doing the best we could to optimize our economies so that we could make a better world, to take care and to optimize our resources, to make a better society and a stronger nation so that we all could have prosperous life with your mercy and blessing. Baldatun thayyibatun warabbun ghafur. Bismillahi masya Allah, la haula wa la quwata illa billahil alil azim. Ya Allah, the most merciful. Allahumma inna ala zikrika wa syukrika wa husni ibadatika. Please bless us with the ability to always remember you. We never stop doing zikr to you, to always be grateful to all your blessings, and to do all the good deeds you have ordered us to do. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you for the prayer, Professor Agus. May our event today will be blessed and run successfully. Our honorable guests and participants, we finally begin our main section of today's event, which is the International Conference entitled 7th International Conference of Graduate School on Sustainability ICGSS and 3rd International Conference in Social Science ICONIS. And this section will be led by our moderator. Please welcome Dr. Andini Risvandini.
Thank you, Ricky. A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from University of Merdeka Malang. My name is Andini Risvandini, and it is an honor to be your moderator for today's conference. To start with the main event of this international conference, I am pleased to introduce the first speaker, Professor Dr. Aries Roda Romayosa. The title of her presentation is Alternative Technologies and Green Economy, CPU's Contribution Towards Sustained Philippine Agriculture Mechanization. Without further ado, Professor Romayosa, the platform is yours.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to present virtually to you all my topic for this year's International Conference on Sustainable Innovation. I'd be presenting Alternative Technologies and Green Economy, Central Philippine University's contributions toward sustained Philippine agricultural mechanization. But before I go fully on my presentation, please allow me to share a little bit about CPU. So CPU is a Christian university incorporated in 1903 and opened in 1905 under the auspices of the American Baptist Foreign Mission Society. We are located in Lopez Haina Street in Haro, Iloilo City, Philippines. And then we have about 10,752 students, college students specifically, for the first semester under the academic year 2022-2023. We have 4 programs under the basic education. We have 14 undergraduate and graduate units or colleges. We also have international programs. And some of these programs have been accredited by the different Philippine accrediting agencies, including the programs or courses that have been awarded as Center of Excellence and Center of Development. We have been recertified for ISO 9001-2015. We also have this autonomous status under the Philippine Commission on Higher Education. We are ranked 651 plus among all other prestigious universities in Asia. We also have exemplary results for the professional board exams. We have various scholarships. We have strong alumni support. We have proactive job placement programs, excellent support facilities, especially for research and development. And also we have different hotspots for internet in the campus. So the content of my presentation would tackle the following. I'd be discussing first about green economy. What are the challenges and alternative solutions for growth and development? That would be followed by alternative technologies. What technologies have we developed that can be shared to other parts of the world? I'd also be presenting the results on how these technologies performed, especially when analyzed according to the Philippine national standards. And also I'd be discussing the implications of this technology as a key element towards a green economy. So what is green economy? The green economy is an alternative vision for growth and development, one that can generate economic development and improvements in people's lives in ways consistent with advancing also environmental and social well-being. One significant component of a green economy strategy is to promote the development and adoption of sustainable technologies. Incremental innovations such as increased material production, energy efficiency, and resources utilization in existing production processes are key elements for the transition to a green economy. The Philippines, having a population of 110 million, is still classified at a low mechanization level. There are several reasons for this. Low buying power of farmers, we have abundant supply of rural labor, we have very small land holdings per farmer, high cost of machines, and government policies not favorable to mechanization agriculture. Indonesia and the Philippines has a similar share of almost 12% from its agriculture sector. And as an agricultural country, the Philippines generates a lot of biomass waste or residues, specifically those that are abandoned after agricultural production. These abundant wastes are plenty, they are organic and renewable, and can generate energy when properly utilized through designs and developments. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization mentions that sustainable agricultural mechanization would cover all levels of farming and processing technologies, from simple and basic hand tools to the more sophisticated motorized equipment. In addition, sustainable mechanization considers different aspects like technological, economic, social, environmental, and cultural when contributing to the sustainable development of the food and agriculture sectors. Sustainable agricultural mechanization involves the application of different forms of power sources in conjunction with appropriate equipment able to do useful work in agriculture, rural production, and along the agri-food value chain. So a mechanized operation in the farm would ease hand labor. It would also mitigate labor scarcity. It could lead to the improvement in terms of productivity. It will also lead to the efficient use of resources. Therefore, in addition to that, in the Philippines, we have this agriculture and fisheries mechanization law, which defines mechanized operation as the development, adoption, assembly, manufacture, and application of appropriate location-specific and cost-effective agricultural machinery using human, animal, mechanical, electrical, renewable, and other non-conventional sources of energy for production and post-harvest or post-production operations towards modernization of our agri-fisheries sector. Therefore, the use of agricultural equipment is cited as an important tool to promote agricultural modernization. In line with this, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals were adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. So the 17 SDGs are integrated. That is, they recognize that action in one area will affect outcomes in others, and that development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. And with sustainable agricultural mechanization, the modernization and transformation of this sector may be achieved, thereby contributing especially to SDGs 1, no poverty, SDG 2, zero hunger, SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, and SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. In the Philippines, government policies on agriculture are now leaning towards self-sufficiency in terms of food supply. It also means the adoption and utilization of technologies to improve land, crop, and labor productivity. CPU, through its appropriate technology center, started developing and introducing machineries that are specific to the needs of the stakeholders. We developed cutting-edge technologies that focused on production and post-harvest activities, and we integrated the use of biomass in these technologies because we have plenty of this in the area. So for the objectives of the technology development, we designed and developed appropriate technologies, which I would be presenting according to 3 classifications. Then there is the operating evaluation based on recommended methods of testing, including performance analyses that were compared to the Philippine national standards or the Philippine Agricultural Engineering Standards and other findings. For the materials and the methodology, it started with conceptualization. Ideas were conceptualized as a solution to the existing and emerging concerns within the local and regional scope in Iloilo, Philippines. This was followed by design and development, in which it took place at the Aprotec Center as a collaborative work between our students, professors, and researchers. And then we continued enhancement and also the evaluation of these technologies according to standards until the commercialized units are attained. So what are these different technologies that we have developed? We have first the crop management technologies. These technologies intended to process products such as rice, and another product is abaca, a very important agricultural crop in the country. So for this machine, this is the paddy dryer. It is a flatbed type. It uses eggshell fan, in which heat from the furnace is forced to the plenum chamber and goes up to the holding bin, drying the 75 sacks of grains for a maximum of 18 hours. And then the plenum chamber, this is the plenum chamber. It's a vacuum-like component of the dryer where air pressure is developed for uniform distribution of the heated air through the grain mass. And then another one is our abaca decorticating machine. So the abaca decorticating machine is a throw flow hold-on type technology that operates by feeding the leaf sheets manually to the input chute. The abaca leaf sheet used in each operation is cut into half along its length, and then they are fed facing down into the decorticating chamber for effective extraction. Once inside the decorticating chamber, the fibers are beaten and scraped by the decorticating blades, and then the first half of the leaf sheet is also the first to be fed, while tightly gripping the other half. So the fibers are extracted through the impact force produced by the high-speed decorticating blades, and then the waste residues are scraped off through the resistance provided by the scraper block. The second machine technology that we have are considered as or classified as size reduction. So this is our biomass shredder. This technology is ideal if they are to be used for composting later on. So when operated, the blades and shaft assembly rotate with respect to the horizontal axis, operating in an eggshell flow manner where biomass enters the cylinder through the feed hopper, and then they are discharged on the other end. And then this is our cassava chipper. The cassava chipper operates also in a throw flow manner. It is equipped with cutting blades fixed to a rotating cylinder, and then the cylinder is rotated through the movement of the 2 horsepower electric motor. And then cutting or slicing of cassava is made possible by the shearing action or the action of the cutting blades against the end periphery of the feeding hopper. A scraper is then responsible in discharging the chipped materials out of the chute for collection. The third classification would be the so-called byproduct utilization. This is our so-called side-in stove. This is a cooking technology. It's called side-in because of the steam box injected here on the side. By injecting steam, a more improved flame is generated during the burning of the gases. Combustion is maintained by gradual removal of the burned fuel using the discharge lever found here on the side, with intermittently replacing the fuel at the hopper. Combustion likewise is sustained by the supply of the primary and secondary air. Another byproduct utilization technology that we have is known as the single burner gasifier stove. This one makes use of the gasification process. The fuel is loaded first in the reactor, then ignited at the top of the reactor by introducing burning pieces of paper with the eggshell fan turned on. So once sustained, the burner is placed on the top. This is the burner. The burning layer of rice husks. Also, the combustion zone moves downward. It moves downward in a downward direction, while that of the supplied air is upward. And then gas is produced. So air is naturally injected to the combustible gas through the secondary holes, thereby producing a luminous flame. So the next slides will be the performance of these technologies when compared to the Philippine agricultural engineering standards. The first one would be the crop management technologies. We have here the paddy dryer and the abaca decorticating machine. So this dryer operates making use of 3,000 kilograms of paddy. Now, it can accommodate 3,000 kilograms of paddy per day of operation. On the other hand, abaca machine can utilize about 63.36 kilograms per day. Now, in terms of drying rate, the dryer can operate 0.67% per hour of operation. For the drying efficiency, it has 77%. And then for the abaca, it has an extracting efficiency of 80.30%. In terms of fiber recovery, abaca has 3.68%, while for the fuel consumption rate, a paddy dryer could consume 30 kilograms per hour of rice husk, while abaca deco machine, which is driven by an internal combustion engine, can utilize 0.73 liters of gasoline per hour of operation. When we compared the results to the standards, the drying rate of the dryer is a bit lower at 0.67% as compared to the standards, which require 0.80%. On the other hand, the drying efficiency of the dryer is higher compared to the 75% set by the standards. Also, that of the abaca deco machine is also higher, which is 3.68% as compared to the standard set at 3.34% fiber recovery rate. And then in terms of extracting efficiency, they are almost equal, which is set at 80%, according to the Philippine Agricultural Engineering Standards. Now, for the size reduction technologies, biomass shredder can shred 400 kilograms per day of biomass materials, while cassava can ship about 564.24 kilograms of a peeled cassava root crop. In terms of sizes reduced by the machine, the shredder can reduce them to 5 to 30 mm of materials, while for the chipper, the thickness of these materials range from 2 to 4.5 millimeters. For the biomass shredder, it has a shredding efficiency of 92%, while that of the chipper, that's 99.67%. And then these are the electric energy consumption rate, because both are driven by an electric motor. When compared to the Philippine Agricultural Engineering Standards, it shows that the shredding efficiency of the biomass shredder is higher compared to the 90% set by the Philippine Agricultural Engineering Standards. Also, that of the cassava chipper is way above the set standard at 78.19% in terms of shipping efficiency. As to the byproduct utilization technologies, the thermal efficiency computed for the side-in is 8.4%, while that of the gasifier stove is 13.1%. When we compare the results to other findings, both are within the 5 to 40% thermal efficiencies of biomass stoves. So what are the implications of the findings of these technologies? The operating efficiencies Now, of these three classified technologies that we developed at Central Philippine University are within or above the Philippine National Standards or the Philippine Agricultural Engineering Standards, indicating promising technical potentials of these technologies. Also, the Philippine agriculture sector is provided with alternative technologies that can be used to enhance mechanization efforts of the country. Also, labor scarcity may be addressed, creating mechanized operation and production for a sustained supply of food resources. With sustained agricultural mechanization, SDGs 1, 2, 7, and 9 may be achieved. Technologies developed can become an important contributor to the government's efforts on agri-mechanization. High-value crops like rice, abaca, and cassava are provided with readily available and efficient technologies, which our farmers are needing right now. So the development and adoption of sustainable technologies from crop management to size reduction technologies and byproduct utilization can be considered as key elements for the transition to green economy. The Philippines' similarity to the agricultural landscape of Indonesia and neighboring Southeast Asian countries may mean the potential application or adoption of these technologies to key production processes, especially in the food and resources sectors. So this ends my presentation. I hope you've learned about agricultural mechanization and how these technologies can become instrumental for us to be able to attain the so-called green economy. Thank you and good day, everyone.
Mayosa for a very insightful presentation on alternative technologies and green economy. As an expression of gratitude, please allow us to present this certificate of appreciation to you. Thank you so much. Now I will move on to our second speaker, Mr. Eka Nugraha Putra, SHMH PhD. The title of his presentation is Pursuing Environmental Justice. Without further ado, Dr. Eka Nugraha Putra, the platform is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Ms. Andini. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all are in a very healthy condition, and also it's really nice to back to Malang, although it's online platform, and see everybody faces here, my colleagues, my friends, and also everybody at Malang. Without further ado, I think I'm just gonna share my screen with my presentation about the with the title Pursuing Environmental Justice. Let me just share my screen. So let me give my disclaimer that I am not an expert on the environmental or green economy, but with my focus of concentration and my work mainly is in the criminal law, I will be talking about the environmental law, environmental harm, in the perspective of justice itself, how to accessing justice, and of course with the perspective of criminal law. So I hope that will be okay. But if you have any question or would like to discuss later on after the presentation, I will be happy to take that. So as I said, the title will be Pursuing Environmental Justice. With the agendas, or this presentation will be covering a couple of things. I'm going to introduce you about the global, as in, a couple, well, not all of the global environmental problems, but it will be several main environmental problems that happening especially in the past couple of months, and then how, as a part of international community, us in Indonesia, or in the global community as well, can be accessing justice, environmental justice. Later on, I will be also try to use Indonesia as an example or a context with its criminal law, criminal justice system, and how it would be helping, or what is the issue and challenges right now about the environmental justice. This also will be part of the discussion with the issue and challenges, and then later on the analysis of the several legislation, the history, a little bit history of the legislation, and then post the challenges and problem before end the presentation with the several recommendation and conclusion as well. So let me start with these two pictures. So as part of the global environmental problems, I'm assuming that all of you might have seen these two news stories or these two pictures that happened last month in October, and both of them coincidentally occur in London, United Kingdom. The left one is a picture from a protester that's focusing on the Animal Rebellion. The name of the organization is Animal Rebellion. The second one is focusing on the protesting to stop using the fossil fuel. The left one happened in a in a grocery or supermarket, where the protester, all of them are young protester, maybe in the early 20s. On the left one, they're dumping milk as a way to protest that. One of them said that right now the top 5 corporation that contribute to the high emission in the world are part of the using the dairy as in milk, as in part of the milk, and then dairy as part of the products. So they were protesting that stop using this dairy product. So that's why they dumping the milk on the floor in that mall, in the supermarket. The right one was trying to throwing a tomato soup in a can into this paint. Vincent van Gogh, one of the prominent artists from the Netherlands, and then this was one of his famous painting. And then these two young ladies were throwing the tomato soup can into the paint. The paint was actually fine because there was a frame. There was a frame in front of it, and it's not particularly so the tomato soup was not really damaging any of the part of the paint itself. But they were, after they throw the tomato soup, one of them mentioned that which one is more important, art or life? And then they were protesting that it was part of their movement to remind all of us, not just people in the UK, but to remind all people in the world. I think that's what's their intention, that they would like to remind all of us to stop using fossil fuel, and fossil fuel is one of the energy that not going to be renewable. One is empty, one is no longer exists in the world. We will having a serious problem in the environmental. So of course, all of this movement might sounds controversial, and you might even say that this is kind of harming itself, because throwing out milk and then dumping tomato soup into in a museum, especially into a one particular paint, it might be damaging itself. But despite all of that, we can see that actually their way to protesting is just to spark the environmental problem, to remind us that there is still existing problem with our environmental in the world today. So that's why there are what I say here is there is dilemma. So there is a dilemma in pursuing international justice. As I said earlier, in the previous slide, that they were from the UK, so might be all of those young protesters might be having the priority to pursuing international justice in terms of environmental law. But of course, we can also see that there is also a problem with the international justice itself. How are we going to see if, let's say, if there is existing international justice in terms of environmental problem, but can we see it is also happening? It is also being a priority in other part of the world. It might be not a problem. But despite all of that, if we can see one of my favorite paper from Richard Falk mentioned here with the title of the paper is Pursuit International Justice and Prison Dilemmas and Image and Future. It was written in 1999, but I think it's still pretty much relevant to this day. So I'm trying to argue that in here that what were they doing, the two young protesters in the previous slides? What were they doing is actually try to reclaiming the present generation. I mean, what are the present generation doing to the environmental is going to be a problem for the future generation, which is them, the protester. So they are part of the future generation. With the globalization, with the modernization, with technological advancement, it's going to be harm into the environmental and also going to be effect into depletion of resources. So they're acting based on the try to reclaiming the present generation issue that is going to be problem if you're not taking any action right now. The government, corporation, private entities, even the public itself right now, society, as in us, as part of the present generation, it's going to be problematic. It's going to be harmful, and we do not know for sure what is going to be happen. But of course, this is the way, as Richard Falk mentioned. Richard Falk, by the way, is a law professor from in American University in the U.S. So it's one of the ways. So he presents 5 dilemmas in international justice. One of them is in the terms of reclaiming present generation, as in the environmental problem. The other 4 is about in other aspect, human rights, and also economic growth as well. So from now we can see that there is actually a problem that have been discussed for the past years, and but it's still going to be a problem if there is no action by the government or by the public in this context. Of course, in terms of to overcome with those issues in the environmental problem as part of the international community, we have to see what do the international human rights framework says in here. However, the international human rights framework is actually acting as the directive principles. So yes, we do, countries or state parties do have to comply, do have to obligate with all of those international human rights framework. For example, the ICCPR, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, or even ICSCR, International Covenant on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights, or even the latest General Assembly by the UN, resolution of the General Assembly of the UN in July. In July, those resolution provide that or emphasize that right to access healthy environment is right now not just merely right, but right now it's part of human rights itself. So if it's human rights, then state parties, which is the member of the UN, should be take those things as part of the human rights, should be obligated to all of the international human rights treaties, especially whenever they try to doing that as part of the complying with the human rights principle. In the context of substantial obligation, this is what I meant with how the state party, how the countries in the world, as part of the international community, should be complying with all of the human rights. That one of that these 3 steps. This first step is the first one. It should be there. There should be acknowledging or respecting. So respecting in here is that acknowledging that there are part of the problems, that there are problems with the human rights. Human rights, we can say there's a lot of area of human rights, but one of them in this presentation, in the context of today's presentation, is of course the access to environmental, which is part of the economic, social, and cultural rights. So once the country, the government acknowledging or respecting that there is a problem with the human rights, then they can do to be protecting this human rights itself. What is the way to protecting is, of course, if the country then do not have any of the domestic or national law, the country or the state parties can adopt, which is signing or ratifying any of the international human rights treaties that already provided by any of the international institution or bodies. For example, from the UN or any of the convention or any of the treaties that the country can be ratified and then adopting into the domestic law. Once they have ratifying any of international law and then adopting into domestic law, they can enforce it, which is then part of the fulfilling or part of the complying with those laws, and also fulfilling as part to giving them or providing the human rights to the society or the citizen within the country. So actually, this substantive obligation is kind of like stages how country can being obligated to the human rights principle in the context of this presentation, especially as the environmental rights, which is part of the human right itself. Of course, after fulfill is not going to be stopped over there. As also mentioned with Professor Omalusa earlier, with the presentation, part of the sustainable is, I think, we have to promote that. So after respect, protect, and fulfill, there is a promotion, or there is a human rights promote, which is going to be part of the how it can be keep sustaining in the part of the presentation itself, which is part of the human rights problem and also the environmental problems to be overcome. Now we're talking about the environmental justice as with the several problems that I mentioned earlier, and how the criminal law perspective see the environmental problems, and of course the environmental justice as a movement. If we talk about the harm in criminal law, I mean, criminal law has the term criminal offense or the criminal acts, and then one of the elements to see if there are any criminal offense or criminal act, that we have to see if there are any harm in the act or in the offense. The first one is that one of the way we can see that is the physical. Is there any physical or mental injury because of the criminal offense? Thief, robbery, battery, or attacking someone, or killing someone. We can see that there is an injury. It's tangible. It's a tangible harm. It's tangible harm, and then we can see what is the decay, what is the problem that caused by the offense. But the challenge with the environmental harm in criminal offense or in criminal law itself, that it's usually attacking or affecting the environment, wildlife, biodiversity, and natural resources. It might be tangible, can see it, but sometimes it's not going to be priority of us as a society or even the government. Why is that? Because of the perspective of the victimization itself, using the criminological perspective, that there are a couple, or there are levels to see that victimization in criminal offense itself. The first one is primary victimization is victimization whenever a crime occurs to one person, not a group of people. Secondary is a crime that occurred to a group of people, and then tertiary is happen to maybe an entity or a legal body. But there is also mutual victimization whenever a crime is also the crime offender is also part of the victim itself. Let's say, for example, prostitution, and also drug crimes or narcotics. But no victimization is sometimes happen whenever it portraying crimes that the victims it might be not knowing soon that they are the victim. For example, in consumer fraud and also in crime environmental acts. So like water pollution, the people might do not know that there is a corporation dumping waste into the water, maybe the river that they are used as part of the daily life. This is a perfect example is what happened in Japan with the Minamata water dumping with the mercury, and then it's affect their life, because most of the people in Minamata are usually use the water to take a bath, or even cooking, and everything was part of their daily life is using the water that have been polluted by the mercury from the Chiso Corporation at Minamata. In Indonesia itself, it also happened in Buyat Strait. What happened with the NMR Corporation in 2000? I think it's in early 2000. But at the time, it was I think that the verdict was that the corporation was not guilty for their environmental pollution at the time. But it's from those two cases we can see that it seems like there is no victimization, but the correct definition is that there is a victim in the environmental crime and also in the consumer crime, as I said. But in this context, in the perspective of no victimization, the victim itself do not know immediately that they are being the victim of the environmental crime. So right now, what we can see is that looking Indonesia as a part of the example and context, and of course part of the international community in the world, that how is the Indonesian criminal environmental law see the environmental justice, and what are they doing right now? Is it going to be as a progressive way or even a regression? The first environmental legislation is lies on the 1982 Environmental Protection Act. And then we have the 1997, and the latest one we have the Environmental Protection and Management Act 2009. Right now, we still have this Environmental Protection and Management Act in 2009, but there are a couple of provisions that have been revoked or even changed due to the Job Creation Acts, the Omnibus Law of 2020 Job Creation Act, which was actually changing a lot of aspects, a lot of law in a lot of sectors. So not just environmental protection and management acts partially exist, but other laws also as well were also revoked and changes due of this controversial omnibus law in 2020. For example, in labor law and also in several other laws itself. But this actually kind of make a controversial move by the government. After the controversial omnibus law in 2020, the government also right now tried to drafting one of the long issue that we have not been having right now. I mean, Indonesia is actually having the Criminal Code Act that was exists since 1899 as part of the Wetwood Construct, which was part of the legacy of the Dutch when they colonized us. But then it was officially become our law in 1946. But since 1946, we do not have any of the amendment of this Criminal Code Act, which was then start in 1960s, 1970s, and until 2019, they were still drafting. But the latest attempt in 2019, it was rejected by the civil society, by the public, by the students, to protesting that the draft going to be harmful to the human rights, particularly human rights. And also the latest draft in 2022, in July 2022, actually still has similar provision with the 2019 version, but it might be showing the problem, especially with the provisions of the environmental crimes in this Criminal Code Act. It's actually going to be problematic. We're gonna see what is that. But to give some more context, so right now there are two legislation that are exist. So this one, Environmental Protection and Management Act 2009 and Job Creation Act 2020. So this one still not has been revoked yet. And also the Criminal Code Act, once the government going to be officially pass this law, we're gonna have three, at least, because at least there are two provisions about environmental crime in this Code Act. So we're gonna have at least three laws regarding environmental law or environmental justice problem in Indonesia, which is, it might be overlapping to some extent for each other. Let's see what's the problem with the Indonesian Criminal Code Act in the draft itself. So it's still a draft right now, but we can see there is a problem. So the only two articles that connected or related to the environmental crimes is particularly lies in the Article 344 and 345 of the Criminal Code Act. The problem, if we compare with the Articles 98 and 99 in the environmental law in 2009, there is a minimum sanction lies in those two articles in 2009 law, which is if there's any punishment, criminal punishment, or even criminal fine sanction to the corporation as the offender of the crime, they're gonna have like three. The minimum is 3 billion, is 3 billion for the criminal fine sanction, and the maximum is the 10 billion for the criminal fine sanction. But when we compare with the Criminal Code Act in the Article 344 and 345, there is no minimum sanction, but only providing the maximum fine sanction, which is 3 million rupiahs. The problem in here is that if there is no minimum sanction for any corporation to conduct, whenever they conduct a criminal environmental act or environmental crime, it's going to be too easy for them to getting a way out, because if there is no minimum, they can be, maybe the court, there is a potential that the court might be giving the verdict, which is the criminal fine sanction might be very, very low. Let's say for like 500,000 rupiah, which is very low and very small amount compared to their benefit with the corporation conducting harms. A little bit facts, why I keep saying corporation, because corporation is the highest number for the offender of environmental problem in Indonesia. To give some data, since the latest data in 2021 with WALHI, Wahana Lingkungan Indonesia, one of the NGOs that focusing their works into the environmental problems, they state that 94.5% of the land in Indonesia is occupied by the corporation. So I think it's very, very much makes sense if I keep saying corporation is part of the problem in terms of environmental crime in here. So compared to their sanction that what they are going to get, 3 million rupiahs itself for the maximum is actually really small compared to their benefit for corporation. Which then bring to a couple of other problems with the against the law element, or I'm trying to give the comparable translation from the Indonesian term, which is unsur melawan hukum. So right now, what we have in the 2009 law is that there is no against the law element for any of the environmental crime provisions in that act. It was exist in the 1997 law, the environmental 1997 law. The 2009 law revoked that against the law. So any of the environmental crime, any of the pollution doesn't need to be proof against the law element in this context, because it's going to be hard to prove that. But then this Criminal Code Act in the articles 344 and 345 trying to impose that again, trying to reinstate against of the law again, the element again, which is actually going to be problematic in this matter. Another problem is about the unclear environmental standards. So right now we have two environmental standards according to the 2009 law. The first one is about the pollution standard, and the second one is about the environmental standard itself, baku mutu lingkungan and baku mutu kerusakan. It lies in articles 98 and 99. But in the 2009 law, it's actually regulated as two separate provisions and two separate standards. But what they are doing, what the government right now doing with the draft is then try to make it as a cumulative or complementary elements, which then it says that any environmental crimes should be satisfying to elements of the environmental standards. It's going to be challenging for the investigator, for any of the law enforcement, which then bring to the another problem, to difficult to prosecute the offender because of the unclear environmental standards. Because when we're talking about the pollution standard, we can see it from the ambience of the is there any harm of the water or the air of the standards itself, the environmental standard. But it's gonna be challenging if they are kept to do the two environmental standard, putting those two as cumulative standard, and then going to be make it as the element of the crime in the Criminal Code Act. Another important problem regarding the corporation or corporate criminal liabilities also lies in the principle in the Criminal Code Act in the Article 37 until 48. But in general, the corporation criminal liabilities is from Article 40 until Article 55. It was the strict liability. So strict liability is a principle in criminal law that corporation would be going to be liable for any of the crime, regardless of the intention. Court does not have to proving if there are any guilty minds, or if there are any guilty acts, or is there any mens rea, the elements of guilty minds, or is there any guilty acts, the element of the element of guilty act in terms of they are conducting the crimes itself. So with the strict liability, it's actually making the way much more easier for the government in the past, before this draft with the with pursuing the liability of the corporation. For example, in the deforestation issue or deforestation case, is actually will be going easier when we can apply this strict liability, because regardless of the intention, whether it's part of dolus or whether it's part of culpa, whether it's part of negligence, whether it's part of deliberately wants to do the crimes, with applying this strict liability is actually give them easier time for the law enforcer to applying the liability and also find if there are any crime in there. But then this Criminal Code Act is not going to change the strict liability with the vicarious liability, which actually kind of I think they kind of taking over from the civil law principle of liability. So, but in this context, it's all about the individual liability instead of the strict liability, which is going to be lies in the liability of the corporation as the body itself. So that's why it's also going to be problematic and challenging, because with the vicarious liability that lies in the Criminal Code Act, it's going to be lies in the individual, in one of the employee of the corporation, instead of the whole corporation itself. Of course, with a lot of theory of criminal corporate crime right now, there is a progression with that. So we can find the fault element in the corporation crime. We can find the fault element with the strict liability, and it's going to be lies not in the one of the employee, but it's going to be lie on the corporation agency as the whole entity, not as the one part of the one individual member of the corporation. So it's unfortunate that the draft right now is still using the vicarious liability instead of strict liability. That is the main talks on this matter. Strict liability also became the problem with the Job Creation Act, the Omnibus Law that I also mentioned, which is right now, again, they are revoking the guilty element, they are revoking the mens rea, which is now, it's also become the problem. And then right now, with the changes of this law, it's going to be hard to pursue which one of the crime offender in this matter with the revocation by the Omnibus Law in the Article 88 of the Environmental Law 2009. With all of this problem, I think it's pretty much going to be easier if we having only one law. Let's say the Omnibus Law is part of the Environmental Law in 2009. So we actually already have the specific and special law lies in the 2009 Environmental Management and Protection Act 2009. So then why then the Indonesian government still wants to having a specific provision in Articles 344 and 345 in the Indonesian Criminal Code Act that rumor has said it's going to be passed as a law in December. So of course they're the only one who know what was behind the reason. But in this matter, if you see the draft right now, if you read the draft right now in the concluding section, ketentuan penutup or concluding section, there is one provision that says that when the Criminal Code Act is going to be passed, the government will be revoked a lot of laws, because it's not going to be overlapping each other. But unfortunately, the Environmental Management and Protection Act 2009 is not one of the laws that mentioned in those provisions. Hence, when the government passed the Indonesian Criminal Code Act as a law later in December, or we don't know sure for when it's going to be. So we are going to have at least two or even three, including the job creation. We have three overlapping laws regarding, or especially three overlapping criminal laws regarding environmental crimes, which is overlapping itself, duplicating, has similar language of the text on the provision, but also has difference, as in the difference of the criminal fine sanction and the elements of the crime. So which one then the government, or which one then the law enforcement going to be used? I mean, the overlapping of the law itself is already, before this issue, is already being a problem in Indonesia criminal law, especially. So how then the government and also the law enforcement going to be applied this law is it still sound problematic to me, and at least for a lot of people, especially from the civil society organization. That's why I'm proposing a couple of recommendation and conclusion in here is that start to using human rights approach whenever they doing the lawmaking. I mean, criminal code act is part of the public law. It's part of the law for the public. It's regulated something for the public interest. It's not something. It's not allowed that regulated for the interest of the powerful, rich and powerful, and the oligarchy. Rich and powerful already represented by the corporation with the facts that I mentioned earlier about that, how they are currently occupying 94.5% land in Indonesia that are rich and powerful. So is this laws that the government currently drafting is part to giving the red carpet to those corporations, or even or instead then they are using that to accessing to one of the easiest way to accessing justice for the public. This will be being the concern of the government right now, and especially whenever they being part of the international community in pursuing of justice in the environmental rights. Last one, I would like to say that kind of problem with my slide. Okay, the last one is about how the environmental justice movement is also should, in addition to the human rights approach that I mentioned earlier, it's also have to consider that there is an environmental degradation in one side, but on the other side has to be acknowledging and encouraging access to social justice. Social inequality and also social inequity is also one of the problems that makes that society and public in particular is not having priority in the environmental issue right now. That's why they're right now having more concern on other issue rather than the environmental issue itself. Unfortunately, even our government right now is unfortunately also do not have any of the. It seems like they do not have any of the concern regarding the environmental and also human rights. If you can see in the past couple of years, with our president speaks in the Indonesian Representative Council in the Pidato MPR Kenegaraan. In every year, it's very rarely that our president mentioned about the human rights and also environmental problems. It's always on the economic sector, economic growth, which is also one of the is being scrutinized by the public itself and also by the civil society organization. So then, like my recommendation and my conclusion is also that and whoever doing the environmental justice movement should be considering that there is a degradation on the environmental side, but it also has to be fulfilling the access to social justice, so society would not have any very much different gap in terms of accessing social equality. I think that will be all for my presentation. Thank you very much, and I'm turning back to Ms. Andini. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eka, for a very insightful presentation. As a token of gratitude, please allow us to present this certificate of appreciation to you. Thank you. Now I will open the Q&A session. I'll read some questions from the audience. First, I would like to discuss about Professor Romayosa presentations on alternative technologies and green economy. Professor Romayosa, just now you touched about self-sufficiency for food supply, crop management and paddy dryer, and also crop management and waste reduction. In fact, Indonesia is also an agricultural country, so technology and mechanization of agriculture can be implemented in Indonesia. I also like that you mentioned the use of efficient technologies. So by using the byproduct utilization, nothing goes to waste. So right now, I'll read some of the questions from the audience. I know that you have answered some of the questions just now. You type in the chat box, but it's good if you can answer directly. Let's see the questions.
Can I just answer the questions now?
All right, okay. The questions from E. Gadikawa, right? Just now, sorry, from Yasmin Farani. Is there any significant increase in GDP in the Philippines with the cost of with the use of technology and digital agricultural innovation such as e-Kadikawa?
Yes, yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I played my recorded video this morning, but I'm first and foremost, I am honored to be a part of your conference. So, about GDP, I don't have the percentages on that one. However, when the government implemented e-Kadiwa, it's an online platform in 2020. I think that was during the time of the lockdown. So it helped especially the farmers, on how they be able to sell their fresh products. But as I have also mentioned in the chat box, the challenge right now, however, is on the processing side. So e-Kadiwa is a platform to sell directly fresh products. But the issue is what will happen if many would not be able to have access to those online platforms. Since the internet, there are rural parts of the country wherein the internet connection is not very stable. So it would also mean that not all will have access to those products. Hence, I would always go back to the use of appropriate technologies. No, I use the term appropriate because right now there are so many technologies introduced in the market here in the country, but some of these technologies are so big in terms of capacity. And many of our farmers are operating in small land holdings, so it would not be applicable if they're to be utilized in their own area. Hence, they would still go back to the manual method of production.
All right.
So there are limited technologies, therefore, for processing. So that's the issue. And that would also affect GDP. And as I have mentioned in my PowerPoint, the agricultural sector is only about 12% in terms of GDP. So that's very small, even though we are an agricultural country. So we are still at that very low percentage, and one of the reasons for that is really the low mechanization status of the country. When the law, AFMEC, the Agricultural and Fisheries Mechanization Law, was signed, I think, in 2013, and I've been conducting trainings to farmers from land preparation to still, it's a challenge. There are limited availability of the so-called appropriate technologies, and that's what we do at the university, since we also have a program in agricultural engineering. So that's how we link our academic offering to the industry and also to the agriculture sector.
All right. Thank you so much for your answer, Professor Romayosa. Actually, we do have the same platform here in Indonesia for the agricultural, where the farmer can sell their products like a Tani Hub. But of course, like you mentioned, we have the same problem here actually, that not all of the farmers have access to the platform. So a lot of them, especially if they are in the other island beside Java, they will just choose selling using the manual system. Right now, I will move on to the second question. It's from Dr. Sina Setiadi from Graduate School Program from Merdeka University. He said, Magandang umaga. Good morning. My question is to Professor Romayosa. Based on your explanation, I want to know what is the role of the Philippines government related to the policies in order to enhance green economy. Thank you and maraming salamat.
Yes, thank you, Professor. The green economy projects in the Philippines right now are mostly focused on climate smart technologies, anything related to climate change, to environmental rehabilitation, since this is actually what we need. You've also seen in the news last week that the Philippines was devastated by Tropical Storm Paeng. I mean, many areas were flooded, and many of our rice fields were flooded. So how do we relate those green economy technologies? There are no areas for drying right now. Some farmers have no access to that. So the best way is to capitalize on the use of paddy dryers or rice dryers or anything mechanical. Because with that technology, farmers can dry less than 24 hours. You'd be able to dry the palay, and then after 24 hours, giving it time to equilibrate, you subject that to milling, and then you'll have your meal dries. So that's the beauty of green economy. It's an alternative vision for growth and development, but with the integration of environmental sustainability, making sure that the social well-being of the farmers and including the consumers are also protected. Hence, that would also mean protection from the indiscriminate use of pesticides, even in the production of our food. So that's also part of green economy. And again, to relate in my presentation, so those technologies that I have presented, especially the byproduct utilization technologies, our biomass stoves are very ideal as well. In making sure we grow, we produce, but this time instead of purely relying on the use of gasoline and diesel for operation, so we also introduce technologies that utilizes wastes. So the rice dryer that I presented makes use of a combustion chamber of a part of the technology utilizes rice husks. So you burn not in an indiscriminate manner that would affect air pollution, but you burn them for the energy that can be provided by the fuel to the system. So that's also an example of how green economy can complement agricultural production, especially in the Philippines, and even I believe in Indonesia, because we have similar agricultural conditions.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Romayosa, for answering the questions. I have one more question from Nirwana. He asks, how is the condition of our country, Indonesia and Philippines, ahead of the technological progress, especially in the economic condition?
I think based on the data or conference that I attended before, Philippines and Indonesia are similar in terms of mechanization level. I think we are, correct me if I am wrong, but I think we are on the 2 horsepower capacity per hectare of operation. So how do we move forward? So both countries should, personally, I believe that we should invest in small technologies, appropriate technologies, anything that would help farmers mechanize their operation, not those complicated technologies. So there are still portions of the country where farmers are less access to trainings and even educational background. So we cannot just give them an IT-dependent technology. Everything is digital, so that would be difficult for them. So it's good to introduce to them first technologies that would gradually enhance their production, and once they see that income may be increased, then I believe they would start converting also in or investing in other bigger technologies. So that's my challenge ever since. It's difficult to encourage farmers to really go into mechanization, because if they would give them the amount, they would right away say, no, sorry, I cannot afford this one. But we have to explain to them, yes, you invest on this. However, after, let's say, 1 year, or based on your computation on the return on investment, they'll be able to recover what they have invested from that technology. At the end of the day, operation has been shortened. You don't need to hire many people to your farm. You just need 1 or 2, probably 3 machines for the operation and processing, and then can sell your product and then access the internet, such as eKadiwa or even Facebook. In the Philippines, Facebook Marketplace is also very well known in selling your products. So it's also one way of introducing them. And if they don't have access to the internet, we still have small marketplaces. I don't know what it's called in Indonesia, but in the Philippines, we have this so-called wet markets where fresh produce are displayed. And then consumers would just go there every day to buy the freshest products that they could find if they don't have access to the internet.
All right. Thank you so much for your answer, Professor Romayosa. I agree with you. If we give the farmers IT dependent technology without the training, it is going to be difficult for them. So one of the ways just we need to give them explanation about what are they going to gain at the end of the day. They're going to gain more. I know it's a big investment for them. Of course, they will think about it like, why do I need to change to the technology dependent if I can just use my old ways in selling things and also in crop mechanization. So just now also very interesting that in the Philippines they use Facebook as a marketplace.
Yes, in fact, I also check products in the marketplace sometimes. So that's also my fastest way to check on the latest products, even processed goods like, grilled chicken or anything that has to do with food. So I would make use of that. However, there are still those who do not have access to the internet. And if I may add, I have a friend whose father is a farmer. His father has been, using the traditional method of farming, rice farming. And he challenged his father, sige, you continue doing your old method. I will use his own land holding, which his father gave him. He introduced the use of small machineries and other techniques such as integrated pest management. He is not dependent on the use of pesticides, for example. And then at the end of the production process, he was able to prove to his father that indeed you could earn more if you shift towards sustainable management of your farm, use mechanized operation. And then when his father saw the big difference, he shifted
Yes, I think it's
to an
interesting.
updated methodology. And that's the challenge. Farmers would always say, I want to see to be able to believe what you're
Yes,
doing.
correct.
We have to be good practitioners, good examples of what we are talking. And that's the best way to advertise also, or for them to be able to shift to this new findings in terms of mechanization.
Yes, correct. Just now, it is a very good example. If like the father and son, for example, they compare, if the son is using technology and the father is using just the old ways, the traditional ways, then at the end of the day, they can compare like which one can earn more. Then they will believe. Then they will slowly convert to the new technology. And actually, we have one more question here from Amin Silalahi. What is your solution to accommodate about the organic fertilizer in order to improve the agricultural sector in the Philippines?
Oh, yeah, it's actually very controversial, the term organic fertilizer. Yes, although in the Philippines you have this law now, we have the Organic Agriculture Act. I think that was signed in 2010, if I'm not mistaken. And the intention really was to also gradually capacitate farmers to shift on the use of organic agriculture, especially on the adoption of organic fertilizer. However, this law would also mean that farmers has to undergo certain processes. They have to undergo they have to let their so-called organic fertilizer be tested for them to claim it's organic, right? So some of those farmers are not doing it because of the protocol, because of the tedious process for applying on that one. Hence, it did not really go mainstream as compared still to the synthetic use of the fertilizer. But how, in order to accommodate, I believe government policies down to the local level, those are the solution to really force the sector to, say for example, they should be required to 40% of their operations should utilize organic fertilizer, the rest should be synthetic. So we don't have that kind of policy as of the moment. Wherein, example, in the fuels, there are already laws like say 10% additives for gasoline or for diesel. But for the use of fertilizer, we don't have those strict requirement as to really allowing the farmer to use organic fertilizer. But the demand for organic food is very high also because people are now conscious in terms of health. However, as again, I would go back to the policy, you cannot sell your product unless it undergo a certain process before it can be marked organic food or organic fertilizer. And many of our farmers do not want to undergo that kind of tedious process. So that's the challenge still on capability building, more on trainings for the farmers to really see at the end of the day the significant impact if they would shift to this kind of product.
Yes, thank you so much for your answer, Dr. Romayosa. I understand if you want to brand something like the produce as an organic, then you will have a certain requirement. Like for example, the crop must be like certain meters away from other crop that is organic. So it is really not easy for the farmers as well. Okay.
And the return in terms of I think income, they are still not what's this in it? They are still not adamant as to the big difference in terms of income, because they would, for example, if they would shift to organic agriculture, that's about 3 years of not utilizing. You should really stop the use of synthetic fertilizers, and 3 years for them is too long.
Yes.
That would mean lots of losses.
Lots of
so
income.
the opportunity cost to earn has, kumbaga, is gone. So they cannot afford to not utilize their land holding for 3 years just to shift.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Romayosa, for a very interesting discussion. Thank you so much for your time. Salamat. Nice to finally meeting you, because we have been in contact for the last 3 months, right?
Yes, thank you
so
to the
much.
University of Merdeka Malang and to all the participants. Thank you for the opportunity to share also what we've been doing in this part of the world. Good morning, everyone, and hope to see you again in the next future related conferences.
All right,
Morning.
thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. And now I'll move on to our second speaker, Dr. Eka. Thank you so much for your presentation on pursuing on environmental justice. You mentioned about Indonesian criminal law, the problems in the Criminal Code Act amendment draft, which include no minimum sanction and duplication in criminal law provision, and also unclear environmental standards, and also difficult to prosecute the offender in Indonesia. Now let me ask the questions from the audience. I have the first question is from Dr. Supriyadi. What are the biggest obstacles in law enforcement in the environmental field in a country controlled by an economic oligarchy or a political oligarchy? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Andini, and thank you all also for Pak Supriyadi or Dr. Supriyadi for the question. So I believe this is also part of my presentation earlier, that the current state of Indonesia, especially when they try to see the perspective of environmental justice, is apparently most likely are, as Dr. Supriyadi question here, is part of the control of the political oligarchy and also economic oligarchy. Therefore, it's bring the biggest obstacle is that there are very lacks of the human rights perspective or human rights approach in all of the laws that have been drafting or even existing and try to be enforced in this matter. As I mentioned in my presentation, we might be having in the future, late in the year, we might be having a tree of the overlapping criminal law provision regarding environmental crime that's still having problem in using the human right perspective. The minimum fine sanction is actually reflecting my answer to your question. With how possible a corporation that conducted a crime, an environmental crime, is only having 3 billion rupiah as the maximum sanction. Let's say a big corporation in Indonesia that having their operation in Indonesia, let's say the benefit are 100 trillion rupiah, and then the maximum fine sanction is 3 billion rupiah. It's nothing. It's just small amount of money from their benefit, from their daily operational basis. So it should be higher than that, and at least it's or if not possible, at least there is a minimum fine sanction that right now regulated as part of the to overcome the environmental crime in this matter. With the current plan in the draft of the Criminal Code Act, the government going to having only the maximum sanction, not the minimum fine sanction. it might be possible for the court to see that there is a, or let's say this corporation is guilty for this environmental decay, but then the court decided to just have this corporation pay for the amount of the fine just 1 million rupiah. It's even lower, very much lower with the maximum sanction, which is 3 billion rupiah. So I think that will be the most or the biggest challenge with the environmental in the country, especially in Indonesia, with the context that it's controlled by oligarchies, both economic and political.
Thank you, Mr. Eka, for answering the question. Actually, the sanction is too small. That's why it's going to be the problems with the government as well, because they earn like 100 billion, for example, and what is 2 billion? It's not much for them. So they just paying the sanction, and then after that keep doing it again, because they don't have to go to jail for that, for example. They just need to pay the money.
Yeah, of course. And then, you know, there is no, with those very low amount of the criminal sanction, there is no guarantee, as you said, there's no guarantee that the corporation not doing it again in the future. I mean, if there is no strict law in this matter about the environmental crime, it might be happening. So the sustain is not about the positive thing, but the sustain is unfortunately going to be the crime itself, which is a negative thing. Whether the Sustainable Development Goals is actually supposed to be something that very good and very positive, right? But if the law still keep existing like this, the sustain thing is only about the crime, not about the how to overcome with the crime itself.
All right. Thank you so much. Now I'll move on to the second question from Dr. Sukardi. Mr. Eka, in Indonesia cases, the concept of commercialization of extractive industries during economic growth expect gave the impact of environmental decay, where state regulations should take place in the commercialization that will cause the decay in the environmental.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sukardi. So I believe that if the question is about where it should take place as in the position, it should be in the middle. It should be bridging the interests of the public and also the interests of the private entities as in corporation. So not in the middle as in balance, but we also can say that it should be taking side more on the public interest itself. Right now, the problem with our current laws, especially in the environmental issues, is that it's more to be giving most of the time is to be giving to the sides of the oligarchy or to even for the rich and powerful. The one case that I mentioned in Nusa Tenggara Timur in Teluk Buyat, the case with the dumping waste was actually the corporation was decided by the court that they are free from any of criminal charges. That was because the law itself was existing, that was still enforced, is the 1997 environmental law, not the 2009. The 1997, there was one provision which now revoked because that law is no longer exist. That law is no longer constitutionalized. There was one provision that makes the corporation free from any of the criminal charges, because there is one element about against the law, the unsur melawan hukum I mentioned earlier. This applied by the court at the time of the case, that this corporation do not doing any of the violating of the law because they already have the permit to conduct the operation of the company. In the 2009 law, for any of the environmental damage, there is no regardless of the permit by the company. If they are proved that they are committing any of the environmental damage, they will be responsible. Right now, those principles are bring back into the Criminal Code Act. So, as we can see, the government right now was actually trying to impose an outdated law, an outdated principle that actually has been revoked in 1997 with the 2009 law. But right now, they are going to impose again something that actually against with the theory of criminal law and also against with any of the principle of environmental justice, which actually brings. If this principle is going to be enforced, there is no responsibility for the corporation or any of the criminal offender in the environmental crime. So that is the problem. So to answer your question, to be more specific, the regulation should be taking place by fulfilling any of the public interest, not the rich and powerful, not the oligarchy. I believe this question is kind of connected with Dr. Supriyati's question. But to be particular, I also believe that it's part of the, it still can be giving the economic growth, but it doesn't have to be strict as in, I'm sorry, not strict. It doesn't have to be giving the more benefit for the rich and powerful as in for the corporation. It should be taking more on the public income.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Eka. So the law itself is like overlapping each other, and then they want to use the older law, and then that's why it keeps overlapping, and it gives people chance just to do their, like for example, the illegal forest logging. Maybe they can they can escape from the jail because of the older law imposement.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Yeah.
All right. Now I have questions from Dr. Laksmi. In Indonesia, there are already many regulations related to the environment. However, environmental problems still occur to this day, even getting bigger. For example, river pollution, forest destruction, floods, drought, landslides, and others that lead to the community as victims. Would you please give your opinion or your point of view on this? Thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you, Dr. Laksmi. So I think my opinion is already presented in the PowerPoint, but to give one more shorter emphasizing of my opinion is that, let me give you one example with the Criminal Code Act. So after many public outcry and scrutiny to the current draft of Criminal Code Act, the government tried to summarize all of the protests and all of the concerns from the civil society. And in the middle of this year, I think in June or July, the government provided to the public there are 14 provision or 14 crucial problems in the Criminal Code Act. One of them, for example, is the sexual crimes, and I think also death penalty, if I'm not mistaken. But there are no problem on the environmental crimes as part of those 14 crucial problems. You can see it on the news. There are lists of 14 crucial problems, but there is no mention about is any of environmental crime provision in this Criminal Code Act is part of the crucial problem. It is not, unfortunately. So we can see that right now, even though the government trying to propose the current draft of the Criminal Code Act, it seems like it's not the priority for the government to overcome or to tackling the problem with the environmental justice, with the specific environmental crime. So with that issue, it's not necessary. So if that is not the crucial problem from the perspective of the government itself, why then they have to proposing those two articles 344 and 345 in the Criminal Code Act if it's not part of the crucial problem? Because we already have our own law in 2009. It's the specific law. It's even regulating the whole and specific everything about the environmental problem, corporate criminal liability, even the environmental standard of the pollution. It's already been there. If they are trying to regulate that, make it duplicating or overlapping, as I said earlier, it's going to be problematic because Criminal Code Act is the foundational law, and there is impossible to making the law is becoming more specific unless it's going to be taking over from those Criminal Code Act and just putting it into the separate law, which is we actually already have it, but right now they're not considered that as part of the reform, as part of the law reform. So it's very unfortunate. So I'm just afraid. My point of view, I'm just afraid it's going to be overlapping and it's going to be hard and difficult for the law enforcer. So whenever they enforcing the law in terms of overcoming the issue that you mentioned, river pollution, this forest destruction, floods, drought, and everything you mentioned, they might be doing that based on the newest law, not the specific law, which is actually already been in the principle of the law with the lex specialis, the lex generalis, which means the special law should be more prioritized whenever enforcing law instead of the general law itself. But let's see how it goes. But my concern is about the duplicating of the criminal provision and also the overlapping to some extent with each other.
All right, thank you so much. So the special law must be enforced, right? This is going to continue the questions. This is related to the next questions from Mr. Amin Silalahi. How do you correlate the practice of law and ethics to serve the environment, social, and economics? I think because all the people, the offender, that trying to finding their way in how to escape the law, they have this problem with ethics, right?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. Practice and law and ethic is actually overlapping in a positive way. There are several crimes. When I'm talking law, I'm going to use the crime as part of my main topic today. So when we say ethic as in overlapping to the criminal law, there is not several, but maybe many of the criminal act is part of the violating ethic itself. For example, rape, theft, robbery, as part of the crime is also against the ethic or against the moral value in this context. Even if you see our current, not the draft, but our current existing of Criminal Code Act in the Article 284, it's specific section of the ethics or moral section, which is tindak pidana kesusilaan, which is actually all about the ethics and moral value, but although it's actually focusing only the sexual and pornographic criminal acts. In this matter, to correlate the law and ethics, so there will be cross section between those areas, law, ethic, and then environmental, social, and economic. But to be particularly in environmental, we can see that we can use the simplest example with the provision how to manage the dumping waste from the corporation to not to throwing the waste or dumping the waste in a specific location. That based on the law in 2009. So that also part of the ethic, which is not dumping waste in the public neighborhood, but also in law. It also intended to protect that what dumping waste in the public neighborhood, not in the specific location, it's going to be harmed or giving the damage to the environment itself. So I think that is one of the example. With the Minamata in Japan that I mentioned, with the Tulukuya case in NTT that I mentioned, it's actually two of the example of how the cross section between law and ethics have been violated by the crime offender, and then it affects how the social itself, how the public, how the society cannot use the environmental very functionally, and then it's damage the environmental, and then it even led to the death of many of the people, or even affecting the economic income of the people itself. Because in Minamata, most of the people are getting working as a fisherman, and then they're relying the main monthly income from the fisheries itself. So yeah, that's one of the examples.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eka. One last question from Dr. Prita Mulyarini. How is your perspective regarding that environmental health is also part of citizen rights of health, Article 6, Health Law number 36, year 2009. Therefore, building this awareness may be an important approach along with strict enforcement of environmental criminal law.
Well, actually, it's not. Yes, you're right with the Article 6 of the Health Law 2009. But to be more specific, as part of the global community, I believe Indonesia is also adopted this resolution by the UN General Assembly, the one that I mentioned earlier. So just this year, in July in 2016, if I'm mistaken, all of the 161 members of the UN adopted, and there were zero vote against this resolution. So they were adopting this resolution, which is mentioned that right to access healthy and clean environment is right now is human rights. So it will be in line with the Health Law Article 6 that you just mentioned. Right now, the only challenge is that how the government will be scaling up the effort to comply with the resolution, because the resolution is also instructed all of the members, and all of them are adopting this resolution and voted yes for this resolution. How are all the members going to be comply with the and scaling up with the legislation that currently have? That will be including the health law itself. That will be including the environmental law itself. That will be including, are they going to cancel or at least revising the current drafted of Criminal Code Act that's still problematic for for many of the problem, including environmental issue. And how are they going to overcome with the issue of the Job Creation Law 2020? So I guess as into building awareness, if the next step from the government is to comply and then to apply this resolution from the UN, and I keep saying this resolution of the UN and also other international law sources because it is also part of the Indonesia as the UN member and how they are going to contribute to the sustainable innovation as part of the international conference topic and also to the contribution of the international community. So not just looking at and reviewing the domestic and national law, as you mentioned, health law, but also how they are going to comply to all of those international treaties that already ratified and adopted to. Hope that answers your question.
All right. Thank you so much for the very interesting discussion, Dr. Eka Nugraha Putra.
I'm sorry, Ms. Andi.
Yes?
I actually have one more question, but apparently it sends to my direct message instead of the public chat. So so I'm trying to copy it, but
all right, go ahead.
I'm having problem.
Because I cannot see it here. Go ahead. Maybe you can read it your own.
Yeah, just one more question. So I'll try to read it. It's from Mr. Dans F. Apono from Magister Administrasi Publik. The question is, environmental damage in Indonesia continues to occur because the use of land for the industrial sector is not matched by the efforts to preserve the environment where industry, hospital are located. What is your opinion regarding the regulation of the availability of hazardous waste management in industrial areas, hospital, in accordance with existing law and regulation? So I think with the two cases I mentioned in Japan and also in Lukuya, it's actually one of the problem in our existing law and regulation right now. The management of hazardous waste or dumping waste is not is actually regulated in the existing 2009 law, but is still not properly enforcing. And with the current draft of the Criminal Code Act, it might be overlook that problem, which is actually supposed to be the main problem whenever the management of the dumping waste of the hazardous waste should be taken carefully by the company of the entity, especially industrial areas and hospital. So I think in Indonesia we call it limbah B3, and then I think it's already regulated properly, well and properly regulated in 2009 law. But with the Omnibus Law, with the Criminal Code Act, it's going to be more challenging for any of the law enforcer to overcome and to tackling those criminal issues, especially in the dumping waste. So yeah, hopefully that answers the question. Turn back to you, Ms. Andi.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Eka Nugraha Putra, for your valuable time and interesting discussion. And once again, thank you for Professor Roma Yosa as well for sharing your valuable knowledge with all of us. We have come to the end of the first plenary session. For all of the participants, we will have a break for 2 hours for the Friday prayer. Please join us again in 2 hour time at 12:30 p.m. Before we end this session, can we please have taking photos session together? My colleague will take the picture for all of us. Please bear with us. Let's make it a slide view so everyone can be seen. All right. Can IT please take the screenshot? Okay, first slide. Smile, everyone. Please turn on your camera. Okay. Second slide. Third slide. Everyone, please kindly turn on your camera. Third slide. And then fourth slide. Okay. All right. Thank you so much and see you again soon.
chains. There is another alternative or complementary view of bioeconomy, circular bioeconomy, in which we highlight sustainability and ecological processes, where one aspect that is also considered is the change in the consumption style and in living standards. When I mention this change in consumption style and living standards, I'm mentioning the gradual increase of circularity, in the sense that is not enough and is not socially acceptable only to substitute fossil fuel energy, for example, with renewable energy. But we have to take care of all this step described in the slides, from recycling, repurposing, remanufacturing technology, to the very important element of reducing, rethinking, and even refusing the use of some raw material. So it's a more radical, complete set of measures with the aim of really totally reorganizing our economy. Having said that, having defined the objective of the ongoing policy in terms of reaching a new dimension of our economy that we call the circular bioeconomy, let's see which is the general policy objective that is at the basis of defining a very precise target, the target of the decarbonization of the European Union economy. We have defined two targets, one for 2030, of reducing 55% greenhouse gases emission below 1990 levels. And when I mention this reference year, 2030, I remind ourselves that it's only 7 years and 2 months ahead, so a quite close deadline. And to reach a condition of net zero carbon emission in 2050. What does it mean in practical terms, this idea of decarbonizing our economy? It means that we have to substitute not only fossil fuel with renewable energy, but also we have to find raw material based on biological processes to substitute petrol. We need to increase a lot the consumption of biomass, and so the production of biomass. And we have to pay large attention to energy-intensive material substitution, like cement or steel, with biomass. Think to the needs of developing a totally new ideas of in the construction sector, in the building sector. And this picture is highlighting these radical changes that we have to introduce in our economy. On the green boxes, you see already well-established technology and already well-defined value chain. And on the blue boxes, you see the new value chain that we have to create, sometimes starting from zero. And I would like to mention 5 strategic sectors where radical innovation have to be introduced. This is a summary view defined by FAO in a recent publication on the impacts of the bioeconomy development with special reference to the forestry sector. We have to enhance the production of engineered wood products, new wood-based panels, cross-laminated timber, laminated veneer lumber. We have developed the sector of packaging, wood and especially paperboard packaging, panels, and wood insulation material. We have to create almost from zero a new sector of bioplastic. We have to enhance the use of biomass, both agriculture, but mainly forest biomass, for creating new composite, like a plastic wood composite that have a large use. Finally, we have to radically change the biotextile products that is heavily based on using fossil raw material. Okay, here, of course, comes a fundamental question. Where do we find all this raw material based on biological processes? We have to take into consideration that while we are aiming to enhance the bioeconomy, we have also other parallel objectives connected with biodiversity protection. In our biodiversity strategy, the European Union has established two very fundamental targets. That one of putting 30% of the territory under protection in the European Union and 10% under strict protection, totally protected area. In the first case, 30%, we are speaking about regional and national parks. Or in the case of 10%, we are speaking about areas where the only objective is biodiversity protection. And so, considering these external targets, in order to be able to produce biomass in the future, we have a 2+1 solution. The agriculture-related answers, the forest-related answer, not considering the blue carbon option as significant in the European Union context, the carbon sequestration through all activities in the coastal area. Unfortunately, in Europe, we have no mangroves and limited possibility to develop the sector of the algae production. Let's see some consideration about the agriculture-related answer. In this sector, we have at least a couple of fundamental parallel strategy, the farm-to-fork strategy and the common agriculture policy that have defined by 2030 very important objectives: to reduce fertilizer use by 20% and the use of pesticides by 50%, to have 1/4 of the land to be farmed organically, to restore a large amount of our rivers, and to enhance in a very significant way the provision of ecosystem services. We are going, for example, to approve a new piece of legislation on carbon sequestration in the agriculture sector. What does it mean to have these targets? It means that we are going to have a better quality, but not higher quantity of food commodities produced in the European Union. That we will need not less, but more land for food production. And that there is no much room for increasing non-food internal production in the European Union. Look to the forest-related answer or initiative. While in the forest sector, sometimes we use this expression, the forestry are the green infrastructure of the European Union. In the forest sector, we have an active biodiversity protection policy coupled with a land restoration policy. We just approved a draft new regulation land restoration that is extremely ambitious. We have already decided, for example, to put under full protection old growth forest. We have also very ambitious target for using forest to mitigate carbon emission. An objective by 2030 of increasing the sequestration of carbon of 310 million tons of CO2. And finally, we don't see in the last years a significant increase in forest biomass removal in the European Union, apart from the problem connected with damages from storm and insects. We are not seeing any signal of a rapid reorganization in the use of forest for biomass production. To complete this picture, we have to mention two alternative solutions. The solution of expanding the European Union forest area with plantation forest for wood, timber, biomass production, or importing more biomass. A couple of considerations about these 2 points. Expanding the European Union forest area. I was really very impressed a few days ago reading the annual emission gap report by the United Nations Environmental Agency, in which there are very serious statements made looking at the climate pledges and with specific attention to the forest climate pledges made by something like 200 countries in the world. Summing up all these climate pledges, what we see is that at global level, we have the very unrealistic objective of planting 1.2 billion hectares of land for carbon removal activities. This is an area that is equivalent to, and even more, the size of United States, sorry. And reaching this target, and we know that anyway, the amount of funds that are being activated till now is very limited, and this is an issue of discussion in the coming COP conference in Egypt. Well, but if we could also partly reach this target, we will create conflicts by displacing farmland and putting climate and food security objectives at odds. And this is a consideration made at global level. But I think it is valid also when we are considering the spatial condition of the European Union. No room and no probably really need for planting such a huge amount of trees, reducing farmland, trying to produce in a short time more biomass. This is also for aspect connected with biodiversity protection, a general mistake. Importing more biomass is another option, but we have to take into consideration that more than 1/3 of the biomass inputs for the European bioeconomy are sourced and imported from extra European Union areas. And it's no logic to base our future objectives connected with bioeconomy development in Europe on the supply of biomass from non-European Union areas. Why? Because we have also a formally defined need of reducing the carbon biodiversity footprint from import of biomass. And we are very well aware about a problem called embedded deforestation or indirect deforestation or embodied deforestation. 90% of deforestation caused by the European Union imports is connected with the production of 10 commodities. And you see the role played by these commodities in terms of annual deforestation embedded in the import. And we have just approved by our European Union Parliament a new regulation imposing a due diligence system in order to introduce in the European Union raw material for these 6 products with a due diligence system based on demonstrating that they are not causing any problem of deforestation and forest degradation. So I end my presentation with a final remark. Getting back to the 2 visions underlying our policy for bioeconomy development, I would like to stress that the social vision is lacking. And there is a need of a strong political vision and adequate implementation tool to take into consideration this problem connected with the change in consumption style and in living standards. As a matter of fact, we are facing not a problem of the direction to be taken. Everybody agree on this idea that we have to change. The problem is in the values and guiding principle for a new political vision, and the problem to find the optimal tools to be used. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I will be very pleased to answer your question.
Thank you for an eye-opening presentation, Professor. As an expression of gratitude, please allow us to present this certificate of appreciation to you.
Thanks a lot.
You're most welcome. We will have the Q&A session at the end of the conference. Now I'll move on to the last speaker of today's conference, Professor Justina Nakonieczna-Bartosiewicz, PhD.
Hello, everyone.
The title of her presentation is Social Equalities and Green Governance. Without further ado, Professor Nakonieczna-Bartosiewicz, the platform is yours.
Thank you. I hope that you can see the presentation.
Yes, it is visible. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone from Warsaw. Good afternoon to all of you. I would like to thank you for the invitation and to create the opportunity to share with you with my more general ideas than the Professor Pettinelli did, because I'm a political science researcher, and so you can have also the opportunity to compare the more scientific science and social science based on the political science. So my presentation will be much more about questions, limitations, problems, challenges than answers and solutions. I think that it will lead you to the general background and put the questions about the whole concept of the construction of the social development and green governance. That is one of the elements that might support the realization of sustainable development. So that's why I would like to go to the background and to the classical definition of sustainable development, just to indicate the places where we can find these two concepts presented in the title. So why the Bruton Commission in 1987 created a report about the sustainable development? They proposed the new concept, new way of dealing with the global challenges, because the idea was to deal with the global challenges. They proposed to new type of development that was some kind of innovatory in terms of typical classical perception of the economic growth. And what is important later, why the concept was developed, the three areas were presented as the most crucial, that have to go hand in hand together and to be combined just to create the situation that we go on the path of sustainability. The economy is crucial, but we need also to include environment and social aspects here on this diagram called equity. So when we have this combination between environment, the limits on environment and the approach to the environment, and the limits to the social structure and the needs of the social structure, we can meet together in the long-term vision of sustainability. However, in fact, this is a tricky part, because we really do not know how it should be conducted in reality, in details. Because all these terms are quite broad and they are understood in different ways. Let's start with the social equality. Social equality, especially if we refer it to the concept of sustainable development, there are two standards that are important to understand the challenges and the problems with with achieving sustainability. And this is social equality as an equal opportunity that we can understand as the same rules for everyone. So we have exactly the same rules for achieving our goals, and social equality as equal condition that can be understood, that everybody has equal starting point. That's the trick here, because on the global scale, in fact, it's contradictory and very difficult to be realized. And while we are looking at the green governance and the concept of governance, again, from the perspective of international relations and the global scale, that it's I'm familiar with, again, we can see some limitations and problems, because on the one hand, green governance, as any governance, can be understood as policy rules and norms that govern human behavior. So how to behave, who should decide on which basis, and so on. But on the other hand, for the global scale, there is no governor that, because we don't have global government. So it's green governance based on the global scope is the result of long-term negotiations among different actors. If we consider also that one of the stakeholders in green governance would be nature, it's difficult to include also this perception, and because on the global scale, everybody has to accept the rules and to feel that it's just for the actors, it's fair for the actors to obey the rules, because we don't have any coercive power to impose the rules. It means that one of the crucial elements for the global governance, including green governance, is the feeling of fairness, inclusiveness, justice in the system. And we can see that this approach is included in the sustainability, in the sustainable development idea conducted by the United Nations, for example, as the United Nations discovered recognized that the only way to realize the sustainability, to make under the realization of sustainable development, is when we include in active way different parts of the society. But these are different parts of the society from different countries. This recognition went into the kind of formalization because the United Nations created some groups that are called major groups that are formally included in the process of the negotiations and discussions and applications of sustainable development, including also the climate negotiations. And this engagement of different actors, not only states, is, I think, very important, that for the governance, effective governance, that it's not only the impose of the rules, but cooperation of multidimensional stakeholders. However, we can see that when we look at the green governance as one of the ideas how to achieve sustainability, we can find some challenges. And in my opinion, one of the most crucial challenges for the green governance effectiveness is there are challenges that are connected with the social inequalities, or of the race for the equalities, and they are based on the feeling of justice or injustice in the idea, especially we can see that problem of the environmental injustice is this one who is shaping the discussion about the way how the sustainable development should be conducted. In the most popularized now, narrower sense, we can say that climate injustice and the call for the climate justice is one of the crucial elements. Why it is a key problem First of all, because it is about who is responsible for what and who pays the bill. So who is a CO2 producer, who is a polluter, who is a consumer of different goods produced on the fossil fuels, and who does receive the consequences of it. And if we look at the on the global scale, we can see that these objects are different. And we can find the divisions on the different levels. First, coming from the classical definition of sustainable development, we have a gap between the current generation needs and future generation needs. The current generations are using, the future generations are going to be taking the side effects. Exactly the same problem and the gap exists if we look at the global scale from the point of view of the economic or geographical division. The global north, the rich countries, the rich societies, and the global south, the poorer countries and poorer societies on the process of the development. And who is paying, who is taking the side effects of the climate change mostly, how the climate change is spread around the globe. It's not equal, it's not the same for each region. We can see that, for example, the global average temperature is increasing mostly on the polar areas, but the effects of this increase are more visible on the Pacific Asia Pacific region. Indonesia is one of the examples. You have to move your capital because of the danger of flood caused mostly by the climate change. So that is also the problem of the feeling of being treated in the equal way. So do we have the equal the same rules of the game? Do we have the same starting points now? No. And it's the second, and it's the next trick and next, we can say even trap here, because if we start thinking in this on this direction, from this perspective, we can have the impression that there are victims of the situation and the winners, free riders of the situation. And of course, the discussion who should be more engaged in the sustainable development and what should be the first. This discussion started very early, because in the United Nations we can find some voices about this even in the 1970s. For example, at Stockholm Conference in 1972, the Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi said very famous question, or asked the very famous question: are not poverty and need the greatest polluters? And she added in her speech on this conference that environmental problems of developing countries are not the side effects of excessive industrialization, but reflect the inadequacy of development. So she challenged the concept of the development and the division of the burden and the order of our interest. However, it doesn't give the solution why we are just on the verge of the climate catastrophe. That is why we can find some attempts to change maybe a little perception and to look at the structure of the sustainable development and going further, the way of governing with the sustainable development, focusing on the environment in the governance, in the way that we change the system of analyzing of our current and future needs, including the ecological planetary boundaries. Here you can see one of the models that is crucial for the movement of social movement, promoting the perception of the development in the terms of degrowth instead of growth, that is criticizing sustainable development for growthism, that there are too much growth in this concept, and promoting the idea that we should convert our way of understanding how the world is organized. And the idea is called donut of social and planetary boundaries. And we have two elements here. In the inside of the circle, we have 12 dimensions of the social foundation that are derived from internationally agreed minimum social standards, and they are identified by the world in the Sustainable Development Goals conducted by the United Nations state members, and outside of the donut, we have 9 planetary boundaries, beyond which lie unacceptable environmental degradation and potential tipping points in Earth's system. As you can see, these red places, what we can see that in the inner donut, we have some shortfalls, in fact, while in the out part of the donut, we have overshots that should be avoided in both cases. So in the same time, we have to balance between social foundation and to focus on achieving goals in the way that social foundations are fulfilled and the needs of people are fulfilled. But on the same time, we cannot exceed the ecological ceilings, because it means catastrophe. Thanks to this, we can manage to go on the sustainability path. In fact, it's one of the proposals, of course, critical views of our models that are opening discussion about the background, the pillars of our existence, and the way how we are organized. The growth promoters are saying that the growth is like the cancer. It cannot grow all the time, because it will consume us at the end, like the cancer consumes the turmoil consumes the organism. So maybe we should balance it in a different way. And again, challenge in this, because we are lacking of, we don't have time. We are running out of time. So it's no time for discussions that are consuming this time. It's time for the actions. That's why we can see so many young people unhappy with the time limitations that are coming, because physical rights are well known, and we know how the climate change looks like and what are the forecasts of it. The only thing that we can change is our behavior. And coming to the conclusion, just to consider and to think in the broader sense, broader perception. First of all, it's worth underlying that sustainable development concept has changed our perception of the connection between people and environment, because it included broader perspective. And thanks to this, we can talk about the concept of green governance, where we can try to manage our behavior by including the nature perception in our human activities. Green governance, on the one hand, shows the importance of natural environment, but on the other hand, it is still under the negotiations what should be in the center. This is also one of the challenges or the critiques toward sustainable development goals as well. People, and if people, which generation, current, future, how to define the main actor, or environment. The critics of sustainable development say that environment should be in the center, because the planet will survive without humans, but humans won't survive without a planet. On the other hand, we can say, so how to overcome all limitations we have without exceeding limitations of the planets, because it's it's unfair to expect from developing countries to take burden as much as developed countries. Money can equalize it somehow, and we can see some instruments, financial instruments, supporting financially developing the South countries, the global South societies in the attempts to achieve sustainability, but money is not enough. So what should be in the center? And the third point is that the weakest link in the chain, in the perception of the fairness and the justice, and the perception of the equality, social equality in the governments by its stakeholders, is if we want to be involved or not. If we feel that it's unjust, unfair, that we don't have any chance to achieve the goals, we just leave the system. We will not start. We just avoid this. So if we don't start from this social part, when we convince people that it's that they will be treated in the fair way, the system won't work, and still these norms will be treated as a kind of imposed regulations that are external, not internalized by the people. And I think that I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention, and I think that we can discuss this topic later in the Q&A session.
Thank you so much for the mind-boggling presentation, Professor Nakunieczna Paltusiewicz. Please allow us to present a certificate of appreciation as a token of gratitude.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Now I will open the Q&A session. I will read some questions from the audience. First, for Professor Petronella. The title of your presentation is The Use of Biomass and the Development of Bioeconomy in the European Union. You mentioned about the importance of the decarbonization, which is the substitution of fossil fuel with renewable energy, raw materials based on petrol by using biomass. And it is actually very interesting that you mentioned one thing. We actually over-reliant with the tree planting, because a lot of company, they say that, oh, we have planted this amount of tree, then we do our CSR already, we do our part in keeping the environment clean or keeping the environment sustainable. And then you also mentioned about actually our food consumption is having the three biggest effect on the deforestation. Okay, I will read the questions from the audience now. Okay, buonasera, sir. It is so long time our mindset was focused on getting profit by entrepreneurship and innovation in all human activities. My question is, do you think that bioeconomy can realize without a strong motivation for sustainable effort? From Amin Cilalahi.
Thanks a lot for the questions. I'll try to answer briefly. You are speaking about motivation for our sustainable efforts. And I would say that here we are facing a problem of awareness. Awareness by people, especially non-educated people, on the impacts of this model of development. The most informed component of our society, scientists, I mean, some young people, they have an exact perception of what is going on and about the impacts of this model of development. So I think that the first general objective, first target, as people living with a high level of education, both in the global south and in the north, is to invest in education and in raising the awareness. This is a precondition for that type of process that has been called the mobilization of shame. Means becoming aware about the problem that we are facing and pressing policymakers to act. And here I would like to anticipate some reflection on the third question in the chat about rights strategy. What does it mean to have a right strategy? I think that this means to have a general consensus of the development connected with increased inequality and increased reliance on non-renewable resources. The impacts of increased inequality and increased use of non-renewable resources means to live already in the present in a world that is rapidly degrading and to lower our welfare condition. And I finish here with a reference to those studies that have been done in many advanced, so-called advanced countries, where we have a level, very high level of GDP per person. The availability of a large amount of high income is not equal to reaching high level of welfare and happiness. As we know from some thought on the so-called Kuznets curve, we know that those countries that are reaching a very high level of GDP, gross domestic product, high level of income available, are not those countries that are living in a condition of high happiness. We see very worrying indicators, like the number of suicide, like the number of people with problem with drug, like the number of divorces, like the number of mental diseases. So producing more, consuming more non-renewable resources, damaging the environment, is touching our quality of life. We have to change life. This means not only to substitute fossil fuel with renewable fuels. The problem is not to use electric car. The problem is to change our transport system. I hope I am clear with this example to pass through, to give you the idea that is not only a technological problem that we are facing, but is a problem of reorganizing our living standards and our style of consumption.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Petronella. I do agree with you that we need to change the system and also our consumption pattern, actually. And we have another question from Ms. Berta Resivia for Professor Petronella. May I ask, can you please tell me your opinion about bioeconomy in Indonesia? Is it applicable in Indonesia?
Oh, by sure. Indonesia is one of the largest countries in the world. Is in the 15th position in terms of land sites. It's a wonderful country, rich of biodiversity and any type of natural resources. So in the same time, you are facing big problem, but you have also big potentials. And there is a much more room for improving your techniques of land use to take advantage of the large potential in biomass production, much larger than in many other countries, to promote a new vision connected with the circular bioeconomy. You have a lot of potential connected with recycling, reusing, and making use of all waste from urban consumption. These are potentials that we have not in Europe, because we have already reached in Europe high level of recycling, high level of reuse of natural resources. But in a country like Indonesia, considering this idea of the circular economy, you have a lot to do in terms of waste disposal, waste use technology, especially considering the high urban concentration that you have. So there is a room for innovation without forgetting what I was mentioning before. The problem is not only a technological problem, but is a problem of mentality, awareness, being able to think to new development paths and new style of consumption.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Petronella. You are correct. You mentioned that Indonesia is so big. We do have a lot of problems, but we have a lot of potential. If we can use high level of recycling, reuse, we still have room for innovation. But of course, we need to overcome one of the biggest problem, which is the mentality awareness. Now I have one more question from Mr. Shafril Amir. What is the right strategy for implementing a circular economy so it doesn't become an empty slogan for human sustainability than just short-term economic interests?
Well, let me mention one aspect that I was touching in my presentation. The problem is that of being able to cope, to consider the trade-off. Because from one side, of course, we have to convert our classical economy to this idea of the circular economy. But on the other side, we have to take care of biodiversity protection and climate change impacts. These are three much connected aspects, but there is a trade-off. And I would like to suggest to my Indonesian colleagues not to forget this problem of balancing different objectives and to have a perfect knowledge about the trade-off. You cannot do the mistake that we are doing in Europe, that we put very ambitious target all together without taking into consideration the problem that you cannot protect 30% of your land, increase and substitute, increase biomass production and substitute fossil products, protecting the climate condition and sequestering a huge amount of carbon through your forest. You need a realistic approach that is based on concrete, feasible measures in the field, much referred to the context, to the local context. And the risk that we are running in Europe is to think in a separate way and not to appreciate and work on the trade-off, not to understand the need of discussing a balanced approach among different objectives. That is something that we need to do. While we are thinking to a new world, to a new economy, we have in the same time to make the day-by-day decision about the proper compromise that we have to do between biodiversity protection, climate change prevention, and bioeconomy development.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Petronella. You mentioned about we need to balance different objects and we need to learn the mistake from other countries, and we should not put too ambitious target, and we need a realistic approach to achieve a doable circular economy. All right. Thank you so much once again, Professor Petronella, for a very interesting discussion. We learned so much from you. Now I will move on to our second speaker, Professor Justina. The title of her presentation just now is Social Equalities and Green Governance. Okay. Just now you close your presentation with this statement, which is very mind-boggling. It's about the perception of fairness and justice in the governance by its stakeholders, because we, as the citizens of the country, sometimes we all keep blaming each other. We are not the one who produce all the carbon dioxide, why we should overcome all the problems of the climate change. Okay, now I'll read the questions from the audience. I have one question from Dr. Kadet. what is the role of participation in the social equalities and the green governance?
I must say that participation is crucial. And we can see this awareness of the role of the participation in generally, not only in the green governance, but in the whole idea of sustainable development, visible in the documents, because the United Nations, I'm just focusing on the United Nations because it's one, now we have the comprehensive proposals from the United Nations how to deal with our global challenges, mostly now with the climate crisis. And there the participation, the principle of inclusiveness is one of the crucial ones. It was added after the Millennium Development Goals were much more focused on the a kind of solution from the developed world to the developing countries to increase development in the developing countries. In the SDGs, this perception was changed into more comprehensive and more inclusive. So yes, participation is absolutely important because generally in the governance, as I understand from the international scene, doesn't exist without grassroots bottom activity. This is also what Professor Petenella said, that on the global scale we have some very artificial, very abstractive goals that are sometimes very hardly to be understood by individuals, by local people. But in fact, everyone is responsible for achieving them on the limited individual scale, because it's our decision whether we change our pattern of the consumption or we will try to bypass some regulations. It's our decision whether we want to have more cars, and we believe that it will be the measure of our success in life if we have more cars, more houses, and more wealth, or we focus our attention on different areas. It's maybe philosophical now more than political, but only the change of our attitude is the way to survive. We are talking about our survival. It's not 1970s when people just started to be aware of the connections between environment and human activity. It's not even 1980s when humanity realized that we are responsible for the not only for our past activities but also for the future generation. It's not even 2000 when we decide to, as United Nations, tried to create some global model to support countries in development. It's 2022, just before, just on the verge of the climate catastrophe. It's just a matter of our individual activities. We can see some sometimes quite weird from the regular individuals, weird reactions. People are trying to destroy precious paintings, saying that it's the same, it was with Van Gogh and with Vermeer recently. But the concept is that just look when the precious something is that its pressure is destroyed, and this is our planet because we have the only one. So do we stay and look without any reaction on the tomato soup on the painter? No, we don't. We just try to clean it up, and it's the same with the global scale. The participation is also crucial, but the participation will not work without the feeling of just and fairness. That's the trick point, this normative aspect of sustainability.
All right, thank you so much. You are giving a very good example about the story of the painting just now. If you have a very valuable paintings and it get spilled by tomato soup, of course you try to clean it because it's very valuable. It's like one of the only painting by Van Gogh, for example. And then for the environment, we should do the same thing actually. That's a very good awareness. I mean, we need to let people know about it. All right. We have second question from Professor Bonaventura. How do you think social structure and cultural tradition should be contribute in the green governance? Because sometimes the cultural challenge the policy proposal in the green governance. It's sometimes culture and green governance just doesn't go together. What do you think about that?
Yes, I think that it would be much more about my thinking and my opinion than the research, because culture is not my area. But I have impression I come from Europe, and so I can complain a little about the Western values and Western Europe without being accused of being discriminatory. But what type of culture we are talking about? If we look at the traditional cultures, do we see, in fact, this drive to impose on the nature? Of course, if we are not educated, and this is also the Professor Petenella said, education and awareness of people is crucial, and we cannot see the long term. And if it's supported by the culture of consumerism and drive of having more and more all the time, and to compete with everyone for having more and more, it will be a challenge for the green governance, because these people will not accept the fact that they have to resign from something, or this right for having more and to be perceived as a better because we have more, will not let us to see the problem that we are going to lose everything if we don't stop consuming so much. And so overconsumption is the problem, not the culture as especially traditional cultures, because mostly, as far as I know, mostly they promote a kind of cooperation with the nature. Even if we talk about hunting and eating animals, still it's the drive is not agreed, but fulfilling our basic needs. So and it's a little wishful thinking, of course. I'm just aware of it, that it's my perception. But to make it much more objective and analytical, the culture is the matter of the awareness and definition. So I will present a constructivist view. So we construct and deconstruct concepts. So it's our hand now. The change of the way how we understand the different concepts. As also Professor Petenella said, we have to change. And we can change if we are aware what is the stake, and the stake is a survival. Just to finish this comment, a few days ago there was a press release about archaeological discovery in the ancient Solomon mines discoveries that the researchers were able to explain why the ancient Solomon copper mines collapsed a few thousand years ago. What was the reason of the collapse of the civilization? In fact, the reason was agreed, overconsumption, because miners wanted to produce so much copper that they burned all trees around. And in fact, they didn't have more fuel to burn copper more. In the result, the mining infrastructure collapsed for 1,000 years. So the biomass had to be reconstructed first. And so this is the example from the history that if we overconsume and we destroy it, we will stay with nothing. So maybe it's better to change our behavior and to survive.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Justina. So actually, it's not the traditional culture that caused the destruction or it goes the opposite of the green governance, but it's actually the overconsumption pattern. It's not the traditional culture, because in the traditional culture, normally we have the local wisdom that people in the past, they won't take more than what they need from the nature. But if there is some abnormality like the one that you mentioned just now, people start taking more than what they need, and they become very greedy. Then after that, there will be a disaster even 1,000 years ago, and the pattern is happen again now. Right now, we can feel it, like people keep doing the same thing for the overconsumption. Then we will have the climate change to become the worst, in the worst condition. All right. Now I have more questions from Mr. Amin Silalahi. Action is always particular, while govern and equality are universal concept. My question is, how can we bring concept of equality into action if their mind couldn't reach the universal way? Maybe there is this is related to the awareness just now that you mentioned, and also Professor Petenela just now mentioned about the awareness.
Could you repeat the question?
Action is always particular, while govern and equality are universal concept. My question is, how can we bring the concept of equality into action if their mind couldn't reach the universal way?
That's one of the contradictories, in fact, and one of the elements of the critics. We can see what the United Nations do, in fact, with the Sustainable Development Goals, and that even though I'm not the quantitative researcher, but here quantitative perception might be the solution. The United Nations did a big effort, the United Nations experts did a big effort to create some metric standards and to adjust them to the local conditions. And to create, it's very complex and very detailed system. In fact, when we just look at this structure of measuring these numbers of the goals, these numbers of the targets, the sub-targets in the targets, it looks absolutely awful. And it was one of the elements of the critiques of the SDGs, that there are too many, too detailed, too mathematical. But on the other hand, maybe, we don't know it yet, maybe this is the solution, that we can create a kind of metric model to see how much we have achieved the goal. if we have, if we achieve only 50%, still it's better than nothing. So on the one hand, the calculation, on the other hand, the sane awareness of the limits of the achievement. So it's very difficult to expect from countries such as Indonesia and from countries such as let's say Poland, because still we are smaller and we are on different geographical positions, we are on different economical positions, we are on different demographical positions and environmental positions. So we have different challenges. But again, metrics might help us to see where we are, so adjust our position, and then to decide how much we can go farther. So we are under the project, so we don't know if it will work or not successfully at the end, because on the other hand, it takes so much time to discuss, to adjust, to create, to negotiate. So it might be a problem, but politics usually needs time to convince all actors to the solution.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Justina. I have another, this is not a question, but just some statement or opinion from the head of the Research Center of University of Merdeka Malang, Dr. Pindo Tutuko. He said that I express my appreciation for this material. I really agree with what the two presenters said, that it is necessary to have the same thinking in dealing with and addressing global problems, because not all heads in this part of the world have the same concern and problems in addressing green sustainability development issues. Although it is difficult to reach an agreement, at least every country with its various elements has started to act with a positive view, for example, by referring to SDG. He said again, there are no complaints or arguments about this. I think they both have done research and received input from various parties regarding green sustainable development and the Earth's environment that must be protected together. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Pindo, for your opinion. I will continue with another question from Dr. Laksmi. For Professor Justina, do you have experience on the measure to implement the new concept or approach of green governance to the local community that could be already have their local values and resources themselves, beginning from the planning step until how you execute the plan?
I will give the general answer because I don't study local communities in the way just I can say that I know the project here in Poland or somewhere in Europe about the implementation. However, I will say a few words about a general drive that we can see now in Europe, a very huge pressure on inclusiveness of local actors, and a huge pressure and awareness and presenting a huge expression toward the individual or local conditions. And one of the concepts that might be that use this kind of perception is the participatory democracy or participatory actions that are conducted on the local level. it is one of the tools that is used in the cities now, that inhabitants of the cities are involved in the budget planning and the strategy planning, that they are invited to be involved, and everybody who lives in the given area can present his or her perception of the problem, and the voice can be included. So this is one of very important stages in the decision making on the local level. So about the measures, I really don't know, but I can see that there is a kind of awareness of and the importance of the local participation. I just make a little historical digression that these participatory actions in the cities came from the Latin America, from Porto Alegre, and they appeared almost more than 24 years ago in Porto Alegre, that local authorities, municipal authorities, invited people to decide how they want to spend money on the local issues. So the districts, people living in the given district could decide whether they prefer to have electricity or the pavements, whether they need to have some other industrial infrastructure investment, or money should be devoted to different areas. And this style of thinking that was revolutionary 24 years ago now has spread around the world, and it's now treated as taken for granted in many European cities and countries. And I think this is one of the elements. So going further, how local people are satisfied with, how their needs are satisfied, is one of the elements that is that authorities are aware very often. So, and in the SDGs, coming back to the Sustainable Development goals, this the principle of the inclusiveness is very important. So there we can find some patterns of measures, as they are very metric.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Justina. For the local community, actually, we can begin with the involving all of them, because the importance of inclusiveness in the SDGs concept. So I will continue with our last question for today. It's from Mr. Angger Kamaisha. In any case of cities, urbanization changes the perspective of development. Indonesia is a marine country. What do you think about green economic concept and the blue economic concept more? Which one is the more appropriate to implement in Indonesia? Green and blue economy in the marine country like Indonesia?
In fact, ocean is a part of the ecological system. So I think that they are crucial for the survival of the Indonesia. So you have to balance between both perception, or even, I'm not sure if we can talk about both perception, because as I said, ocean is a part of the ecosystem, so it's crucial for all of us. And the oceans are probably one of the solutions of many of our problems, including hunger and climate change. On the other hand, they are the source of some threats that we can face due to the environmental changes. So I wouldn't divide these into these kind of categories that we have blue governance, green governance, maybe yellow governance if we just focus on the farming and the crops that are yellow. What is positive in this kind of perception that we can see the role of the other aspects that only economic growth calculated in the GDP terms, in the financial terms, and we include the awareness about the biomass, that is important, our effects of our activities, especially that we have to be aware side effects. We are balancing on a very, very thin red line now. And if we overconsume ocean, this is one of the ideas how to feed the world, that we should focus on the sea diet and to focus more on the fishing, that it's much more less carbon emission way of eating. But on the other hand, if we destroy the ecosystem of the oceans, and it has been already destroyed, the ocean will not work properly in the process of the balancing of the emissions, and it might be also a source of the threat for the land. So I think that the broad multi-dimensional perception that it's absolutely difficult to be achieved, but it's crucial now, because we have to consider the needs and interests and effects not only for our lives, but also for other actors, other stakeholders. I really love the concept of stakeholders. So when we have to include in our evaluation of our activity other actors that might be affected with our activity. And if we include ocean, include in land, include air, we can see, sometimes we can see effects that we wouldn't consider. It's like with the perception how much we should eat meat. On the other hand, we can say that meat production of the meat produces a lot of methane, that it's also greenhouse gas. On the other hand, if we focus on the only vegetarian diet that is based on the exotic plants or on the soya only, mostly, it also produces a lot of carbon. So the balancing and choice, which solution is sufficient, is very hard work. So I'm not surprised also that a lot of people do not want to do it, because it's hard. But as long as we don't change our attitude and we don't learn first, nothing is possible without education.
All right.
So blue governance, yes, because thanks to this, we include, Indonesia includes oceans as one of the most important elements of the ecosystem in the way of organizing different decisions.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much, Professor Nakonieczna Patusiewicz, for answering the questions. So you mentioned about finding the balance about the blue and green economy. So once again, thank you for Professor Davide Matteo Peternella, and thanks to you, Professor Justina Nakonieczna Patusiewicz, for your generosity in sharing knowledge and valuable experiences with all of us. I believe we all learned so much from today's conference. Once again, thank you, take care, and we will see you again soon. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we have come to the end of today's event. We would like to express our appreciation to all of the honorable guests and participants from Indonesia, China, and the Philippines for contributing to the success of 7th International Conference of Graduate School on Sustainability ICGSS and 3rd International Conference in Social Science ICONIS. Thank you very much, and please join us again tomorrow for the second day of the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Santi Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya, take care and goodbye for now. Thank you. Salamat, terima kasih, grazie mille, ceku cieci. Thank you.
Thank you.